No, not yet.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah.
Did you lose something? Let me see. And can you move that chair?
Yeah, go ahead and move it. You want?
I don't want to be in the frame. Passing the chair. And then I move it behind. And the remote.
Yeah. Great. Remote. That's very good. Very intentional. It's fine.
Once the door is closed,
Hey everyone, this is Mike Watson. I'm gonna go through some hands here and talk over the strategy, talk over what's going on. So let's get right into it. Hopefully it'll be educational, and there's some fun hands they selected here, so get to see some cool pots. So we got a 100, 200, 400 game with a 600 ante. So we're gonna have an open raise here to 2100, pretty big raise. But we get the cutoff calls and the button calls, and the biggest blind, the straddle calls as well. So we're four ways, 959 rainbow. Definitely, you know, a board where any of these players can have a 9, can have a strong hand. Usually, you'd be trying to like kind of bet like small here if you're gonna bet, try to figure out, you know, if anyone has a good hand or not. But in this case, it's just a big bet from the hijack. The cutoff calls, and so both of them should have pretty strong hands, strong ranges at this point. We half pot call in like a four-way pot, so you know, definitely a good chance somebody's got at least a 9 here. So check, the cutoff bet's 13 into 19, so around 2/3 pot. Continuing to represent, you know, that I called you with a 9, like I called you on the flop, 2 players behind me. I've got a good hand. Then you know the river 3, that should be a blank. So again, the hijack, after check calling the turn, is going to check again, and now cut off with only pot to play is going to bet. Okay, most of the stack, not quite all. Probably would have just gone all in there with whatever if I was going to bet. But a big bet, 2/3 pot again. And now the hijack's stuck here wondering, you know, does this guy really have, you know, a 9 or maybe better hand? And so we can see after the hand here that the cutoff did in fact have pocket 5s, flop the joint, and the hijack had 10s. And you know, I think that's part of the hand. As the hijack, I think on the flop you can often just check. Obviously the 10s, you very often have the best hand, and there's a lot of overcards that can come, so you do want to protect your 10s. But you know, in a four-way pot, 10s is maybe not that strong a hand as it seems. And so you definitely had the option to check. If you did bet the flop, you'd want to bet smaller. You know, you're kind of just trying to like get people out that have missed the flop, allow some worse hands to call you because it's only a small bet, and then you know, see what develops, I guess, on the turn in the river. Because when, you know, you can see as in the hand, when the pot gets really big, you're not going to know if you have the best hand, and in fact, there's going to be a very good chance that you don't. So tricky hand with the 10s. You know, as much as you'd want to have to protect your hand on the flop to bet for value, you do have to find some balance a little bit there, because you have kind of a mid-strength hand in a multi-way pot, and those are always going to be really tough situations to play across all, you know, all the streets. So let's dive into another hand here. So this is 50, 100, 200, 400 ante. We're going to have a call here from the low jack, ace, king, queen, jack, 10. Usually, you know, prefer to come in for a raise, but they're very deep here with a big ante, so you can understand why people would want to get in there and play some hands. And a lot of people are calling here. Big blind fold, so we've got a 5-way pot. So again, in 5-way pot, someone's going to have a strong hand reasonably often, right? So usually you want to be a little bit more cagey, come up with some small bets, just try to like get some information about your opponent's hand before you commit too much money to the pot. So here we checked around on the flop. As you'll see, there's a lot of players here that are being tricky with their hand, that are being cagey. So it's going to check all the way around twice to the button. And the button's going to put in like a nice pro bet, 500 and 1500. I like that bet. Small blind's going to call. And now the first limper is going to come put in a check raise to 2500. He's just saying, hey guys, I've got the jack. You know, if you want to draw out on me. Of course, he can be bluffing. He could be semi-bluffing with a flush draw, straight draw. Lots of opportunities, lots of possibilities. The river's a 10. And now, of course, the player in position does have a jack in his hand, I can tell you, and is going to obviously go ahead and make a value bet. It's not too easy to bet like super huge here and get called. But he does go for the pot size bet. You know, obviously, you never expect Jack to be beat here. And so he gets check raised. there's nothing you can really do, right? Holding the king jack here, you have top full house. I mean, it's just so unlucky that this guy has tens and played it so, so cautiously the entire way with the tens. It's very, very unusual. And normally with the tens, I think in this situation, you'd be looking to get more money in the pot on the flop and the turn. As I said, in multi-way pots, sometimes you're a little bit more tricky, you're a little bit more cagey, you don't always play your hand really straightforwardly. But with a hand so strong as tens full, it does seem like you really would have wanted to get more money in on the flop and the turn. If somebody has a jack, there's 2 jacks in the deck, someone can easily have a jack, you want to build that pot. But then as it turns out, of course, perfect river, and it just doesn't matter because all the money has to go in on the river anyways, with 2 hands that are so strong like that. So very unlucky for our hero ace, king, queen, jack, 10 there with his king, jack. All right, let's go to the next hand. So in this hand, it's going to fold the small blind, who's going to make a pretty loose raise. I want you to think here what you'd like to do as the small blind in this hand. Small blind, I'll say, has 10-7 with the 10 of hearts. So he's made a loose raise, and now is going to bet 2/3 pot. Has hit top pair on the flop, so just wants to bet, get value, protect his hand. Out of position, you just kind of have to play these hands straightforward. The ace on the turn could definitely continue betting, perhaps, but has a very mid-strength hand now with the top pair, so check call. And now on the river here, I want you to think about what you would do here, because I'll pause the hand. You're facing about a 2/3 pot bet. I believe this player bets 11,000, and so now you've got this top pair, and you've got the 10 of hearts. So that's a flush card blocker. You've got a top pair. Top pair could definitely be the best hand. Your opponent could have a missed draw, straight draw, for example. Hands like 8-10, 8-9, 9-10, 5-4, 8-5, any number of missed straight draws. So you certainly could call with your hand and hope to beat a bluff. But the other interesting option that you're going to see in this hand is to turn the hand into a bluff and go for the raise, holding a heart, holding a pair that blocks potential, 2 pairs, sets, that sort of thing. And that's what the player is going to do in this hand. So you're going to see a very interesting river bluff raise here. Makes 31,000 over the 11,000. Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit bigger sizing if you're going to represent a flush. A flush can go a lot bigger than this. But nonetheless, an interesting raise, knowing that you can't beat, the 7 and the 10 here is only going to win against a bluff, right? It's a pure bluff catcher. So when you have that class of hand and you have good blocker, for example, then you can consider turning the hand into a bluff, going for a bluff raise. And as you can see in this hand, you got this player to fold 2 pair, bottom 2 pair, but nonetheless, just turn the 6-2 into a hand that can only beat a bluff. Very difficult situation, and got into the steal a pot that otherwise would have lost. So very fun play there, very interesting hand. All right, let's move on to another hand here. So in this hand, the button's going to limp. As I said, usually prefer to come in for a raise, especially very deep stack like this with the power position. You'd like to build the pot a lot. But we're going to see a 3-way plot. So these players check to the button, as you usually would. Even when the button limps, they usually tend to have a stronger hand than the 2 players in the binds. He's betting 1,200 into 18, representing, a pretty strong hand already on the flop. When you're betting 2/3 pot into 2 players, you're already kind of saying, hey, I've got, a 10 at least. Basically, is sort of the hands you need for value to bet that size. And obviously, it can be bluffing with any number of hands. So the first, the middle blind calls, and we'll go to the turn. On the turn, an ace comes. Obviously, a very, a card that changes strength a lot. You'd expect the button to now be more interested in perhaps checking some of the time with a 10, some of his mid-strength hands, but also to continue bluffing. The ace, in theory, should hit probably the button's limping range more than these other players. So it's definitely a card where the button can continue putting pressure on you. So here, he's going to pot it, which would, good size, big size, saying, hey, I've got the ace or better. And, you know, if the big blind just had, you know, a hand like 10 jack, 10 9, they'd already be in a very difficult spot here. The big blind calls. The big blind's got a little bit better than that, as we'll see. And now with 12,600 in the pot, and they're still quite deep. So this is a huge bet here. Let's pause it again. So there's 12,600 in the pot, and they've still got over 120,000 or almost 120,000 left to play. So they're very, very deep stacked in this hand. And the button comes out with this huge bet, 31,000 into a pot of 12,600. So that's about 2.4 times the pot. It's a massive, massive bet. Kind of just saying like, hey, I've got a full house almost is what they're saying. You know, like even just betting this size with just an ace would be kind of too big. You know, if you just had like ace king here, well then like what are you getting called by? You know, like sure your opponent will sometimes hero call you with like a 10 or something worse, but you know, when you bet this size, you're kind of saying, I am hoping that my opponent has an ace here because I have a hand that beats an ace. So you'd usually bet this size with hands like, you know, pocket twos, pocket fours. If you did happen to have, for example, 5-3, that would be a great hand to bet this size with, kind of hoping to get called by just an ace. You know, a hand like ace 5 would always call the flop, ace 3, for example. Very like reasonable hands. And then of course sometimes you might get hero called by worse because obviously even a hand like a 10, you know, a 10 with a good kicker, king 10 for example, would be a hand that could definitely consider hero calling you here. But this is a huge bet, and now you'll see in this hand, this big blind is going to go all in, representing aces full. And so this is just a huge, huge amount of money going to the pot, I have to say, first of all, right? Like this is, you know, the pot was 12,600. Now we're risking almost 10 times the pot here on the river. Okay, it's 115,000 roughly going in. So that's almost exactly 10 times the pot. It's a massive, massive amount of money in. Like this guy is saying, hey, I've got, you know, ace 10, I've just been trapping you the whole time. I've got, you know, ace 4, maybe ace deuce. Like it really, even if it's a hand like pocket twos, would probably not raise all in here, or might not raise all in here, depending on, you know, the players and their history, because they'd be worried that a lot of time when they get called, it's just going to be by a better full house, because that's how much money is going in. So in this hand, the button has 5-3 suited, I'll tell you now. And it's a really, really hard decision. Obviously, the straight is an extremely strong hand. But the one consideration is that your opponent's saying he has a full house, probably, you know, ace is full, like I said. And the 5-3 does not interact with any of those full house possibilities, right? So if your opponent, you do not block any of the full house combinations. And that makes this hand a very dicey, like, one to call with. It's a very difficult situation. I do think with the amount of money that is going in the pot here on the river, you can potentially fold this straight. It's just a huge pot. Like you've made this massive bet saying, you know, hey, I've got a full house myself, kind of. It's what you're kind of saying from the bet. And then this guy's going all in. I think the straight is probably like the worst hand, roughly, you should be betting that size with on the river. Like maybe you can do it sometimes with ace king and ace queen, but I definitely think you know, the 5-3 is probably one of your weaker value bets when you go for like 2.5 times the pot. So, and you have no blockers, no interaction with the full houses. Definitely a situation like this, you need to know your opponent. You know, some players very bluffy. They might try to turn a hand like, say, ace 3, ace 5 into a bluff or something. Try to represent that they can beat your hand, but that's a pretty crazy play. Those hands are just good enough to just call with the ace as well. Not many players are going to try to turn a hand like that into a bluff. I mean, if your opponent was slow playing a hand like 10-4, 10 deuce, those hands that block full houses but can't beat any value, those hands maybe could definitely check raise, bluff all in, but you know, and in a limp pot, those hands are certainly possible, but this is a very substantial bluff that we're talking about here. So you really need to know your opponent. A lot of players are just not capable of making this type of bluff, or they just, you know, would choose not to very often. And so the 5-3, you're going to have a full house a lot of the time here. I think when you bet this size on the river, you don't necessarily have to call with your straight. I think, not knowing anything about the players in the hand, that like folding this straight on the button here was definitely a play that, a fold that could have been found, that would have been reasonable for sure. But very crazy, very difficult hand, extremely deep stacked. These are never easy hands. All right, so we've got open raise here in the hijack. Again, you can see we're very deep stacked. We're over, 300 times the biggest blind here, the straddle, deep. So these are going to be, big pots, complicated. It's a very big raise here, 4.5 almost times, 4.25 times the big blind. Small blind's going to call. Probably the small blind should be doing a lot more re-raising than just calling out of position here, but certainly calling sometimes is okay. We get a squeeze here from the middle blind, 21,000, nice big squeeze. Representing, a strong sort of linear range, basically. You can see already the pot is big here. We're already, I'm only about less than 5 times the pot remaining in the stack. So despite stacks being very, very deep here, we've already, got a large percentage of stacks in where it's going to be very easy to play for everything. So let's just pause the flop. It was a check. 3-better bet half pot, and the small blind here called. Half pot is definitely, a fairly big bet in this situation, considering the pot's already pretty big, really representing a lot of strength, but totally, normal, acceptable bet size. Now the flush gets there on the turn. So we've got this huge pot. Everyone's supposed to have a good hand pre-flop, and now the flush gets there. And yeah, the 3-better continues betting. It's not scared. Often he's going to have, even if it's the value hand, a hand like ace queen without a diamond, kings with no diamond. Some of these hands will check some of the time, but in this case, he's continuing to bet. He's representing a lot of strength. He's definitely going to squeeze through pre-flop with a lot of suited hands. Can very easily have a flush. Ace king of diamonds, ace queen, ace jack, king queen of diamonds. All those types of hands, very likely possibilities. So when he continues betting half pot, it's a big bet showing a lot of strength. And now on the river here, it's a very small bet on the river. So let's pause it here. On the river, after betting, half pot on the flop, half pot on the turn, this player is going to bet only 1/3 pot here on the river. So 50 into 150. It's a very strange, when you've only got pot to play in a situation like this, usually you would just bet all in or you would check, right? The 50,000 is a very unusual kind of strange bet, suspicious. It's like, well, is he bluffing and doesn't want to, risk all of his stack perhaps? Just thinks maybe the ace is enough of a scare card that he can get this guy to fold something. A hand like maybe pocket jacks with a diamond, for example, or does, it's very unusual. Maybe a hand like pocket aces with the ace of diamonds here just doesn't think it's going to get called by a worse hand that often, so it's trying to bet small to induce some action. It's very unusual bet size. I think probably in practice, with only like pot to play, I would probably just stick to all in or check. But there's some hands where it kind of at least makes sense. And so now we're going to get check raised all in and the fold. So let's see what everyone has here, and then we can talk through. Right. So as you can see, the small blind here originally had just flatted with the ace queen of diamonds. I think, for the first time, very deep like that, I think you should 3-bet out of the small blind. Re-raise, build value. You're very likely to have the best hand. Your hand is suited, like your hand plays great. Definitely would prefer re-raise, lower the stack to pot ratio at this point. But okay, calling sometimes is certainly fine. The 7-6 suited here found a squeeze pre-flop, which is, again, very deep stack like this. This is a nice hand to mix in as one of your bluff re-raises pre-flop. Definitely, a hand that can flop good equity against a strong range and covers different parts of the board, right? Like you want to occasionally have something that interacts with those low middle boards where, you know, straights and sets and all these things are possible. And if you've only ever got high cards and you have, you know, very deep stacks, a lot of money to play, then it's going to be a little very difficult to play those hands, so, or those boards. So having some stuff like 7-6 suiteds that interacts with some of these middle and low card straight type boards, definitely very good hand selection when you're deep stacked like this to have some of the time. Ace queen suited called, and then as you can see with the ace queen of diamonds, you know, the hand is too strong, I think, to raise the flop. So check. His opponent bets half pot. Half pot's a pretty big bet. I think definitely, especially with this hand, I would like to go smaller, the 7-6 of spades. You know, and see what develops a little bit more. You've got a hand that can turn the nuts, can turn a 4, right? You've got a backdoor flush draw. You've got a lot of possibilities to continue bluffing future streets. And, you know, this player is often just going to have, you know, no pair, some hand, like a quarter pot bet, say 30, you know, third pot is probably enough to put good pressure on this small blind's flatting raise against the squeeze. But he does go with the half pot, which is fine. And, you know, the ace queen and the diamond now, I think it's way too strong to raise, right? You're just going to call if your opponent's got aces or kings, so be it. But you're a lot more interested in just trapping, keeping in worse hands. Even the hand like the 7-6 of spades has some equity against you, but it's not even that bad. You know, for example, they might hit the 4 of diamonds, and then you're just going to win their stack. So there's a lot of good things that can happen when you slow play, you know, top pair plus the nut flush draw, right? And there's not as much value in when you raise, you know, you can get called by some king queens and queen jacks and things like that, but those hands are going to end up having to put a lot of money in the pot anyways. On the turn, a very interesting card, the 7 of diamonds. So the small blind has got top pair, the nut flush, and he checks, and this guy bets around half pot. And he's probably very confused at this point. Like, hey, I've got, you know, the ace of diamonds and the queen of diamonds in my hand. Like, what are you betting? You know, why do you keep betting into me? This is very weird. But understandably, I think he's going to continue to trap, continue to slow play on the turn. Very interesting bluff here from the 7-6 suited. I think, you know, after the way the action has gone, the big bet on the flop, it's very unlikely that the pair of 7s is the best hand, right? Like, your opponent's going to have, you know, a hand like queens or pocket jacks, pocket 10s, even pocket 9s or 8s would have you beat. So continuing to bluff with the 7-6, I think makes sense, right? You got your pair of 7s, but you're never really going to show down a pair of 7s and win, I don't think. It's going to work very infrequently anyways. So you continue to bluff. You can hit a 7 for trips. You can hit a 4 for a straight, a 6 for 2 pair. Now, if you hit, you know, the 4 or the 6 of diamonds, that's obviously not very exciting. But it still could be the best hand if your opponent just had, for example, ace queen of hearts instead of ace queen of diamonds here. You would have 9 outs to the best hand, right? Any 7, any 6, any 4. So barreling with equity in position, I think makes a lot of sense. Seems like a good play. Obviously, the ace queen of diamonds now, with only pot left to play, I think you want to continue the trap, continue the slow play. You know, if you knew your opponent really well and you knew they always have like a hand like aces or kings here, and they would, you know, never fold those hands to an all-in, then maybe you can consider just raising yourself. But realistically, you just want to continue trapping here. Your hand is way too good. You know, you just want to maximize how much money you make when your opponent's bluffing in general here. So good call by the ace queen of diamonds. And then, you know, the river ace, the ace queen of diamonds is probably thinking, well, I'm never going to get paid here. You know, I've got the top 2 pair, I've got diamonds, like, what can my opponent possibly have? You know, like, this is just going to go check, check. I'm just going to win. But again, I think you have to continue checking. Ace is a potential scare card that your opponent continue bluffing a little bit. You know, you can obviously like have a hand like jacks with diamond here, 10s with a diamond, king, queen of hearts, for example. There's a lot of hands in your range that the big blind, if it's bluffing, is going to continue, you know, thinking that he can attack. And then as I discussed on the river, I do think, you know, bluffing this river without a diamond in your hand is pretty risky. I wouldn't be my go-to decision. I think I'd give up a lot of the time here with the 7-6, but you know, you're not going to have that many offsuit hands that don't have an ace in them really pre-flop. You know, so it's not easy to find, you know, the perfect bluff combo here. You know, you're not going to have like the king of diamonds in your hand without a pair or something very often. So the 7-6 kind of, you know, unblocks, I think, a lot of those hands I've just been talking about, right? It doesn't interact with a hand like 8s, 9s with a diamond, 10s with a diamond. You know, king, queen of hearts, queen jack of hearts, all these types of hands that the small blind could have here. So I think that, this is probably a pretty reasonable bluff candidate on the river, despite, you can't always have everything. Like, yeah, you'd like to have a diamond in your hand, but it's probably very uncommon that you would have that diamond here. So you're gonna have to bluff with some other stuff. Blocking the set of sevens, definitely good. And then unblocking hands like, king, queen, queen, jack, various things that will likely fold. I do think the correct size would probably just be all in. I can understand, the 50,000 into 150 thinking, if my opponent does have a hand like tens, jacks, king, queen, that might be enough to get him to fold, right? Like just 50 into 150. But you need to think about what hands you're actually value betting here, right? If you were bluffing with, say, ace of hearts, king of diamonds, for example, would you really value bet that hand now? I don't think so. I think that'd be pretty thin. Your opponent is going to have a flush. They're going to have two pair. They're going to have sets some of the time. So, maybe you do continue value betting with a hand like that, but if you did, it would be all in again. I don't think that the 50,000 is really accomplishing too much. You're not value betting, for example, if you just had like some random hand like ace four without a diamond. I mean, I don't think you can value bet that hand for small size. You're just asking for trouble. Your opponent's going to have some flushes, some sets in the range. Even hands like ace queen, of course, are possible. So, maybe ace king with the king of diamonds is strong enough against a good player who's going to find some tough hero calls against you. But I think in general, you're trying to represent more like, hey, I've got a flush when you value bet this river, or I've got like, a big set or something. Really strong hand. I don't think the 50 into 150 is quite a size that I would use, but against certain opponents, I can understand it could be a good sort of exploitative size because, it's hard to call with a hand like king queen, a hand like a pair of tens here, even getting 4-1 on the river. Because your opponent only bet 50 into 150. Very good price. You might start calling some of those hands. But I don't know that it's the theoretically right size. But in practice, if your opponent's the type who's just going to look at his cards and, not really think about the bluffs you have, then you might get it through, is what I'm saying. You're laying yourself a good price to have your opponent just, not call you with mediocre bluff catchers. So it could work. I don't think it's the theoretically correct bet size, but I do think, it can work in practice. So yeah, that was cool. That was a fun hand. All right, so we got some heads up poker here with the big ante. This is going to make people, oh, okay, we got an all in for a lot of big blinds. Okay, this is nice. The 7-6 offsuit, just going for it. Cool. This seems fun. All right, open-ended straight draw. Uh-oh. 8 outs. This is tricky, but it misses. Yeah, not a lot to comment on that one, but don't try this at home. The 7-6 offsuit, but okay, that's a fun one. All right, so 2-4-8. So this opener is about 80 big blind, or 80 of the biggest blind deep. 1700, 3 bets out of the small blind to 84. Seems like a pretty good size. And now we've got the cold 4 bet to 22,000. These guys are super deep. So we're going to see some very interesting poker here. These guys are over around 550 of the biggest blind to start the hand. I mean, this is really, really deep stack poker. Still over 10x, or around 10 times the pot to play here. So check is going to bet around 30%, I guess, pot here, and call. Obviously, the 3-better has a lot of hands like aces, ace-king, pocket kings in the range, but of course, is probably going to continue bluffing with most of his hands on the king-high flop in position. Check. So, most likely the in-position player would have bet with a hand like ace-king again. Okay, and now we've got a little bit over pot size bet here. Mostly just kind of saying he's got a flush. All right, so let's pause this one. So let's move it back to the turn. And let's talk this through. So as you can see, the player, the squeezer here intern kid decided to check back ace king. And that's a very interesting decision. Obviously, with a little around like 6 times the pot to play, you're extremely deep stacked. Mixing in some checks here to balance makes a lot of sense. At the same time, I think you would normally want to continue betting with a hand as strong as ace king. But mixing in some checks just to trap, pick off bluffs on the river from hands like hearts, and make sure that you have some strong hands when you do check back seems acceptable. Seems not, I mean, normally you would probably not, but this deep, I think you could understand wanting to play some checks with that hand. And then yeah, the queen on the river. So obviously king queen here has drawn out and just goes for the big bet, kind of saying, hey, like, I've got a flush, or like some other set, kind of like a really big hand. King queen obviously a possibility as well, but could easily potentially be bluffing hands like, I don't know, hands like sixes with a heart, for example, could easily be bluffing. Maybe a hand like ace jack with the ace of hearts if it called pre-flop. Various possibilities. You're gonna have to be turning probably something that has at least a little bit of showdown value into a bluff here. It's hard to have no pair probably as the small blind, but definitely it's always possible to come up with bluffs in these situations. And then yeah, the king queen, obviously very strong hand. Basically after your opponent checks back, you're only losing to a flush. And you'd expect your opponent to continue barreling with a flush draw a lot of the time in that situation, I think. So it has to be basically the nut flush. It has to be a hand like, maybe ace jack of hearts would check sometimes, but a hand like ace five of hearts would almost certainly have kept barreling on the turn, kept trying to semi-bluff you. So you're not really worried about your opponent having a flush very often. So you go for the big bet size here, try to get maximum value. And I think knowing probably that his opponent will check back the turn occasionally with hands like aces, like ace king, maybe ace queen, like he needs a pretty strong hand, pretty strong bluff catcher in order to call a bet this size most of the time. He's not going to call you with like jacks, even with a heart probably. That's just, it's just not a good call here at all. So you're kind of hoping that your opponent has check back something reasonably strong, maybe even a hand like, king 10, king jack that squeezed pre-flop. Definite possibilities that you're hoping to get called by here. And even having a king in your hand, I think the size is okay. Like you're going to run into some strong hands every now and then to get maximum value. So luckily for him, the intern kid did check back ace king, lucky river, found the 2 pair and got maximum, I think close to maximum value, I would say. So nice hand. I don't know. Yeah. A bit dicey, obviously calling pre-flop with a hand like king queen offsuit out of position against the big squeeze. Very, very risky. Usually you prefer to have a suited hand. But king queen's a pretty nice hand. So okay, how did I miss this hand? I don't think I did this hand. Okay. So 1, 2, 4, we got an open raise from the hijack. Button's going to call. Button can call with a wide range of hands. Position very powerful this deep for sure. Small blind, I think we've seen in a previous hand, is a bit more passive player. Would like to see him re-raise squeeze with a lot of the hands that he's going to play in this situation, but calling is certainly fine with a lot of different hands as well. Intern kid we've seen has been a bit more aggressive here pre-flop, likes to get his squeeze in, likes to create big pots when he has good hands, makes it 8,500. Original raiser calls. This is a tough spot for the original raiser. Let's pause it quickly. So the original raiser here, you're very deep stacked in this hand, so you're definitely going to have to play a lot of calls, but the issue when you call in this configuration is that now the button is going to overcall a lot of the time, and you're kind of stuck in the middle, right? You've got this button that's going to have position on you throughout the hand. You're likely going to face a bet from the 3-better a lot of the time, and then you're going to have this guy behind you where you don't know. Did he hit the flop? Did he flop a set? Did he, flop a nut flush draw? Whatever. You're going to be sitting there with a mid-strength hand post flop, and you're just very often going to end up having to fold the best hand after the flop, or like on the flop, because you just can't continue against, you know, the squeezer who has a very strong range is going to have a good hand a lot of the time. And knowing this player on the button had a pretty good hand, probably if they called twice pre-flop, and you don't know, you have no information about whether they hit the flop net or yet or not. So very difficult in these squeeze spots when you're the raiser. Fortunately for 102073 here, the button does fold, so he's going to have position throughout the hand, and that's going to make his life a whole lot easier. Okay. We got the back raise here. So as we said, this player definitely, I don't think this is a play you would really expect to see. I think if this guy had a good hand the first time, he definitely was supposed to re-raise it. So now we're kind of into, you know, unusual hand territory here. Oh, he's got the queen 10 offsuit. Okay. Wow. Just dead on the turn. Yeah, don't. Like I said, the queen 10 offsuit, even calling the raise the first time is probably not the best play. Obviously, like, you know, if you want to play the hand, it's probably not the end of the world, but definitely wouldn't be my recommendation. And then, yeah, the back raise with the queen 10 offsuit here is just, it's not good. You gotta throw the hand away at that point, you know. You're really not representing much, and I mean, even if you were suited, this would be kind of a disaster. Like, you'd kind of need to fold the hand at that point. So, yeah, the ace 3 suited, I think, as well. A nice hand. You're extremely deep, so I could understand wanting to play the hand. But against like a pretty big squeeze, that's going to be, you know, strong hands. The ace 3 might be a little bit too weak. You know, you could play a hand like ace 4 or ace 5. Those hands are a little bit. They do a little bit better against the tight ranges because the straights you make are strong, are kind of more appealing. But yeah, the ace 3 probably could have got away as well. But you know, nice hand picking up all the money here with queens. That's what you do. Okay, let's move on. So I've only got a couple hands left here. So we'll see mostly the same group of guys. We've got the intern kid here. We've seen a number of hands. He's usually been playing pretty aggressively and having strong cards. So 2500, the button calls, the biggest blind calls. Jack 8-7 flush draw, definitely, you know, a board that anybody can hit. So even as a pre-flop raiser, I think it makes sense. He's going to check a lot. And now the button makes a small bet. This is a good bet size, so I'll go back. This was something I've been talking about earlier. When you're in position in multi-way pots, you very often on the flop want to make a small bet just to kind of leverage your position, right? It's very difficult for these players to continue from out of position. And so you can make that small bet with a wider range of hands to keep like disguising. You know, if you make a big bet here, you almost have to have something pretty strong, or at least like a bluff that has like some reasonable amount of equity. But when you bet, you know, only 2300, you can keep a little bit more wider range. You know, you can bluff with some hands that just don't really have much going on here. And that will allow you to have good hands to, first of all, like, you don't know what's going to come, right? Like the nuts is going to change a lot here. You know, even a hand like 2 pair, well, if a 9 or a 10 or a spade comes, that's a lot of different cards, and all of a sudden your hand has become a lot more vulnerable. It's not as strong anymore. So if you're only betting sort of strong made hands and flush draws here, it's going to be tricky to find, you know, there's going to be times where, you know, on certain runouts, you're not going to have a straight or a flush very often, or you're not going to have like a good hand to bluff with in some situations as well, because you've just started out by betting hands that are so strong that by the river, there's not going to be any reasonable hands left in your range to bluff if a bunch of the draws get there. And so, yeah, the small bet, leveraging position, very strong play here. So the third blind calls, and now the original raiser calls. So we're still 3 ways. 10 of clubs, so now any 9 is a straight. These situations are a bit tricky, especially with a lot of money to play. Okay, who's going to lead? I'm not sure that this lead is really a justified play here. You know, there's no reason that this player should have more straights than the others. And, you know, and he's out of position against the button, so it's a bit of an unusual lead. These straight boards are definitely very tricky. So if you bet, with a lot of money left behind, you can make a decent sized bet here. You get called. Everyone kind of knows you have this straight, and then what happens if the board pairs or if a spade comes? So you do obviously want to have some bluffs, so have some different types of hands in your range when you bet into this board. But then you also don't want to put in too much money without a straight, because then you're just losing money when people have the straight themselves, or they might move all in on you and deny your equity, which you don't want. So these boards are always a little bit tricky to play, especially, more so in short deck. And Hold'em, it's not quite as crazy. So 5,400 lead out, big raise here. This is like, I think in practice a lot of people would make this type of raise with a 9. They're very, very deep though. It's like I've been saying, now we're going to see this situation where this guy almost certainly has a 9. I think with this raise size, he should have queen 9 a lot, right? Like in this board, if you're going to put in a big raise that kind of defines your hand, you want to have a hand like queen 9 where you're trying to get all the money or a lot of money out of a hand that's just a 9, for example. Or maybe a hand like king 9 where you've got the extra equity, the out. If you hit a queen on the river, you make the higher straight. That's a hand that would raise like this some of the time. Or a 9 with a flush draw, for example. Like ace 9 of spades. Another good hand to raise, obviously, because you have the nuts and you improve. And then sometimes you can obviously bluff raise, right? Like there's hands like king queen, there's hands like various flush draws, whatever. Even occasionally you could probably make this raise with a set, just as kind of a deception thing. And also, putting your opponent in a very tough spot if he just has a 9. But that might be more of a short deck play than a Hold'em play, really. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting river, I suspect. So let's go on and see what happens. All right, so we got a call. And now as you can see, the board pairs. So now it's very hard, obviously. This player on the button, very unlikely to have a full house, right? After raising the flop, you can be almost certain his hand is just like a 9. Maybe queen 9 would be like the best hand he could possibly have. A hand like 10-9 would still be very strong because he blocks some of the full houses and still has the straight, but it's a very tough spot. Your hand is sort of face up, and now your opponent can put you in some tough spots. But in this case, the opponent checks. And this small bet. So this is a very unusual bet size. Like if you have a 9 here, you don't really want to bet very often. It's hard to get called by worse than a straight. Your opponent is going to check a full house some of the time. So it's a bit of a tricky bet, It feels like your range is kind of capped, but still you have to bet sometime. And of course, if you have queen 9, you're going to feel like you have to bet again, right? If you have like the queen high straight, you're going to feel like, hey, I have to get, this guy's probably got a 9 himself. You check the river, like I have to get some value. So making the small bet, it looks a lot like queen 9 to me. I think that would be the most likely hand here for the button. If you had 10-9, like maybe you could bet some of the time blocking the full house, but even that it's pretty thin, I would say. And okay, so now this guy does go all in, representing the full house. And yeah, this player does have queen 9 with spades as well, so you can understand the big turn raise. Just a well-played hand, I think, by the queen 9. I think, calling once this player checks, like you expect them to just kind of lead into you when they have the full house kind of often, or at least some of the time you'd expect them to do that. So when they check, you value bet and they go all in, it's a little bit less believable. Like a lot of the time you would have expected them to go for it the first time. And it looks a little bit more like maybe they have a 9 trying to blast you off of this hand. So I think, Queen 9 is probably about the best hand that the button has here. I don't think they're going to have a full house really very often. I do think occasionally they can make some tricky raises and end up with a full house there, but probably not very often. And then so once you bet the river with, kind of your best hand, and this guy moves all in on you, you kind of have to call him, I think. If you're folding Queen 9 there, you're kind of folding everything. So you definitely have to call him at least some of the time. And yeah, I mean, I like the value bet on the river, and I think I like the call off. Not sure about this bluff, but I mean, it has to be okay to bluff sometimes here. Like, you will occasionally have full houses. So choosing a hand, yeah, that blocks. I guess it has like a pair block where it has the 8 is like okay, not sure that I love the bluff, but it's not like a disaster by any stretch. But I think in general, I'd, probably call the river, or maybe even consider trying to find a hero fold on the river if you're, if your opponent's like very much the type that would only value bet Queen 9 there, because it certainly looks like that's what they have, the way the hand went down. But yeah, cool hand. All right, so I think this is the last hand I've got for you guys. So we got the 3 blinds here. So out of the small blind, definitely tough position. You're going to be out of position against both players in this hand. So this player makes a big raise, often hoping to win the pot pre-flop. We got a 3-bet from the biggest blind, and a call. Should be fun. These spots where the big blind chooses the 3-bet closing the action. So in the big blind 3-bets closing the action, it tends to be a very like they could have just called, right? So a lot of like the hands that are a bit more in between strength, they're not going to 3-bet as often as they would in other positions. So it tends to be a little bit stronger, or a little bit more like kind of polar range. You're saying I've got a really good hand, or I've kind of got some like various types of bluffs, hands that sort of have some playability. The 7-6 suited and stuff are definitely good candidates. This deep stacked, and but it's a little bit more of a polar type of range. So let's see what happens here. The small blind continues against the half pot bet. It's a pretty big bet, but on a low board, that's the type of bet size you'd expect, I think. And then check on the turn, so 8. So this is one of those situations where, this player in position probably doesn't have an overpair. They very likely would have continued betting with an overpair, especially on the double flush draw board. Very, very likely. They will occasionally mix things up, but they're gonna have a lot of ace high, a lot of king high, whatever type hands, and this player the small blind here can apply a lot of pressure, right? Small blind is probably the player that's a bit more likely to have an 8 or a 5. Certainly, I think the big blind can have an 8, but there's not that many 8s left. And if the big blind had the biggest blind, the squeezer had a 5, they would have certainly bet the turn themselves, right? So not a lot of strong hands in the big blind's range here. But also the small blind is probably more likely to have a hand like, 7-6, 9-7, various flush draws, hands worse than ace high, right? Like the big blind's gonna have ace high a lot. So you'll tend to see, I think in this situation, the small blind be fairly aggressive. Sometimes they're gonna come out and bet really big. Try to, put maximum pressure on ace high with their really strong hands and their bluffs. And there'll be some like more normal size betting as well. But in this case, he checks, and it's a half pot bet. So this is a bit of an unusual bet. I think, you wouldn't bet ace high here really for value. Like you would just check down most of the time. Trying to like bluff a chop with ace high, I think is probably not something you want to be doing very much. But of course, this player does have bluffs in the range, right? So he can have hands like, 7-6 suited, like I said, like just nothing, can have, you know, various types of air. And so probably this player, after checking, more likely they're going to be the one that has the ace high hand now. They're kind of saying, well, all right, not going to try to like get too cute with my 8 high, just going to check, my ace high, going to check. And now whatever this player has, it's probably, you know, a hand like ace high with showdown value, and does have to consider, well, do I bluff catch here? Because what does this player, you know, with half pot really represent? You know, like he could check back a hand like aces, kings, various things some of the time, but it's not super often. So maybe this is a spot where you can make a hero call and just see your opponent show up with nothing. So let's see what happens here. Oh, so we've got the check raise all in and a call. Wow. So fun river action here. I mean, obviously, like the Jack 10 offsuit is a bit too loose to call the squeeze pre-flop out of position. It's just not going to go well for you, you know. And so as you can see, the player out of the biggest blind here that squeezed pre or that re-raised pre-flop did in fact check back aces on the turn, and that's a play that makes a lot of sense, right? Obviously, on a double flush draw board, continuing to bet with your aces and try to, you know, get paid by flush draws makes a lot of sense. But you do occasionally, especially with a lot of money left behind, occasionally you want to check something kind of strong, you know, just so that you have, you know, some good hands in your range on the river. You know, your opponent could certainly have a hand, can have hands like, you know, flush draws that are going to bluff into you when they miss, and various straight draws. Like there's a lot of good things that can happen when you check back aces here. Obviously, continuing to bet and try to stack them is great as well, but mixing in some checks makes sense. And then on the river, of course, you know, the half pot bet, I'm not entirely sure if that's the best size or not. But, you know, it certainly makes total sense to bet. Obviously, you're going to bet aces when check to there. And then, yeah, like the Jack 10 off call on the flop seems really out of line. You know, it's a half pot bet. Yes, you have a club in your hand, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then, you know, on the river, like if you got to the river with your Jack 10 high, like wouldn't you want to try to bluff at that point? Like why did you check? You know, you check to sort of give up in the hand, and then you face a bet, and you're like, oh, okay, now I'm going to go all in and get this guy. It's a very strange line. You know, I think if you're going to check raise all in, you'd probably, well, first of all, you'd want to have a hand like, well, you probably want to have an ace in your hand to check raise all in, I would imagine, because your opponent's bluffs don't have an ace in them, right? He's not bluffing with ace high. So you'd probably want to just choose like a hand that has an ace, you know, like an ace 4 suited would be, I think, a pretty reasonable hand maybe to bluff with here. You know, it's like a hand that you could call with as well. Usually the hands that you check raise bluff with in these situations are also the hands that are like hands that you can call and try to bluff catch with, but they're not like that exciting to do so with. So yeah, this Jack 10 feels really out of line. And of course, once you bet the river with aces, I mean, you're not really folding to this all in, I don't think. Like aces are great. You know, you should just be happy, I think, to call off. And if your opponent has an 8, so be it. But, you know, they're not going to be checking the river with like an 8 or a 5 very often at all. They're usually just going to be leading out and trying to get hero called by ace high. So, you know, obviously they can check strong sometimes, but I think once you get to the river with aces there, you probably just can't be folding. So yeah, nice hand, nice tricky check by the aces. You can see paid off big time in the situation on the, you know, that turn check with aces. All right, I think that was my last hand that I've got to share with you for now. So yeah, that was fun, and I think we're gonna get in there shortly and play some poker, play some hands against you guys, against anybody who wants to play. So you know, I'll be back in a few minutes, and yeah, we will play some fun cash games here. Come play me. Come play me. Play me, WPT Global people. I'm waiting. Ah, hello. All right. Good luck. Let's have a good match. Okay, call you. I had it. Had it again. I guess I believe you. Good bet. Nice hand, nice hand. All right, I gotta fold this one. I had sixes this time. Right. Gotta fold again. All right, three-handed, nice. Welcome to the game. Got a call. Raise this one. Seven deuce. Got ace high. Ah, we need some diamonds. I have to fold. Let's keep raising. Should probably try to bluff you off your ace high, but I'll give up this time. Ooh, pair of threes. Welcome everyone to the game. We're almost got a full table now. Good luck to you all. Hopefully we can play some fun hands here. Alright, I'm gonna raise. Suppose you're not gonna fold if I bluff jam, are you? Alright. I don't have much of a hand, so. Nice one. Good bluff if you got one through. Alright, now we got some game. What happened in this last hand? Alright. Okay. Play this one. Bet here on the button. Oh, okay, we got straight flush possible. All sorts of things. Wow, big hand. All right, we got some action here. Okay. Nice hand. 10-4 suited. Love it. Let's go. Semi-bluff here. I folded a king. I don't know what you guys have. Nice squeeze, nice steal. Big pot. Nice hand. Just enough hand. Okay. Wow, nice call. Really good call there. All right, let's gamble. Good luck. Uh-oh. Nice hand. Oh, missed my big blind. Two calls. Okay, big pot. Big bet here from semi-buff. Got that one through. Nice hand, semi-bluff, whatever it was. Gotta defend my my post here. Good pair. No insurance. Let's gamble. Unlucky. Wow. You guys really like the semi bluffs. Nice hand there, 9 high. Very impressive. Alright, too much for me. What's our SpongeBob fan gonna come with here? It's betting. Nice hand. Oh, very nice hand. SpongeBob, you tricky. Alright, I'm gonna raise this one. What's my raise size here? Let's make it 280. No, not 1200. Too many. Hmm. Big bet. No messing around there. Hmm. 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 Got a pot here. Mm-hmm. Nice hand, ace-8. Wow. Nice check. I'm lucky he didn't bluff there. Welcome to the game, player's hand. Right. Not my flop, you got it. Ah, got me to fold the 10. Dang. Nice hand, semi-bluff. I like to play my straddle, but you guys go for it. Fireside wants to see what you keep three raising with. Two big hands. Sammy Bluff, you're on fire today. Oh, wow. Nice checks. I think with the ace of clubs in my hand, I kind of just have to slow play there. Try to trap you. What do you have, man? Just leading out all of us from the big blind? Very confusing. Very confusing. We do have a heart. Yeah. All right. I want to see it. I'll pay you off. Ah, that makes sense. Nice hand. Okay, I had a big one that time. Guess you guys knew. Not even defend my straddle. Very sad day. This chop bot. Lucky player's hand. Had me worried there for a second. Cannot contest. You guys go at it. Nice hand, SpongeBob fan. Very nice trap there. You got me, semi-bluff. I don't have anything this time. Nice hand. Big hand this time. You guys always seem to know. Okay. That is a big one. Misclick, semi-bluff? Or did you mean to make it 2,700? Oh boy. Ace. Okay. Nice 4-bet. That's our first 4-bet of the session. Ah, nice turn card. Shoot. Nice hand. Okay, you got a big pot here. Nice. SpongeBob fan. Getting after it here at the ace-5. Alright. I see you. Yeah. I had a big one that time. I was trapping. God. Wow. Wow. Big hands. Boy. Unlucky player's hand again. Semi bluff is just you're on fire today, bud. Just defend my straddle. Good game, player's hand. You got a seat open. Welcome to the game, our new player. Phew. Got away with one finally. Fold. Check back, a very strong hand there. Messing around, just put all of the money in. It's power poker right there. All right, big pot here. See what you guys have. Check, check. One pot from the small blind. Fun being here playing with you guys. I don't know. I was just been on a big long poker trip before this. Was in Monaco for the European Poker Tour there, and then in Cyprus for Triton. Hopefully some of you guys were watching some of that coverage. Yeah, now I'm home finally after a long way. It's nice to always be home, spend some time. And obviously the World Series is starting. I imagine a lot of you guys are following that, or probably some of you are planning to go to Vegas as well. A lot of big tournaments getting going. They already had a big 25K. I don't play as much of the World Series personally. And we got a big pot here, flush over straight. Unlucky for our SpongeBob fan there. Alright, I'm going to play this hand. But yeah, the World Series poker is going on in Vegas. I'll come down for a little bit. I'm going to play a few events, not too many this year. I like the summer in Canada. It's the only time it's warm. So I'm going to try to spend some time here with the family. But I'm definitely going to go down and play a few because it's too fun to stay away, Go down, see all my friends and stuff. Everyone's in Vegas. It's really a great time. They've got the big stakes tournaments. They've got the smaller stakes tournaments. I know for a lot of people that's like a bucket list thing that they want to do at some point. They want to play a World Series event, and definitely encourage checking it out at some point. Yeah, big raise and re-raise. I guess you guys are gonna get me out of this hand. Another 4-bet pot here. I'm curious about that one. Because the World Series of Poker bracelet is the one thing that has still eluded me all these years. I haven't yet got one bracelet, so it's something I would like to knock off the list at some point. But this summer I'm only going to play maybe 5 or 6 events, I think. Go down, just say hi, see everybody down there, but it won't be a big World Series for me this time. All right, 3-bet pot. Got away with one. Not my fault. Nice turn. Semi bluff. I guess I'm gonna give this one up. That's the best hand, my friend. That's the best hand. You actually had me almost drawing dead. Yeah, right now the heads up event is going on at the World Series. 25,000 buy-in heads up. That's always a really cool one to watch. Get to see just, you know, a lot of the best players going one-on-one against each other. It's a fun format. So even when I'm not in Vegas, I like to keep an eye on what's going on, you know, see who's winning, see who's racking up the bracelets. Oh boy. Three-way all in. This should be fun. Aces. Wow. Ooh. Man. Nice hand, SpongeBob fan. Don't blame you for getting it in there with your short stack, but that was a sticky situation you got yourself out of there. Good hand with the ace queen there. I bet you're wishing you had a little bit more money on the table for that one, but unfortunate timing, I guess. Oh, SpongeBob. What are we up to here? Okay. Get the job done. Mm-hmm. Pal SpongeBob. All right, you got it. I don't have anything. I wish I had something. All right. Since you played friendly, I'll play friendly. Okay. Well, you didn't have anything. Ah, you do. Okay, nice hand. I think my king high is a little too good to bluff with there. With my button. Always a little bit of FOMO when the World Series is going on and you're not there. I always kind of feel like I'm missing out on something a little bit, you know? But it's nice being here playing with all you guys. Definitely helps that pass. Find some fun hands here. We've got a good game. Welcome to our new player. I don't like it when you guys make me fold my straddle. Can you stop that, semi-bluff? Big bet. Big hand, maybe. Welcome back. Let's see. Okay. Very interesting raise there. Very interesting raise. Don't believe me this time. All right. Okay. I don't have much. No, you have a lot. Nice hand. I needed a 6. That's about it. I had a feeling that was a scary board for me. Also, I raised a bad hand. Oh, we got some limp raises now. Okay. Ah, nice trap with the kings there. The ace always one of those tricky turn cards. But very well done. Nice to get the limp raise in. Very nice hand. A lot of outs there on the turn. A lot of outs to miss. How can you even miss that kind of draw? That seems impossible. Alright, I'm going to raise it up this time. It's a very small bet. You might tempt me in with that bet. I do not have a very good hand, though. I'm inclined to believe you that you maybe have a 6 or a 5 or an ace-3 type hand, but I might just be too curious. I want to see it just in case. Just in case you don't have what you're saying you have. Aha! You don't. through. Up on my button here. Welcome to our new player. All right, SpongeBob. We haven't done this a lot, but I'm going to give you some action. Maybe. I guess I'm gonna have to believe you here. I don't have that good of a hand, but I could win. A little bit suspicious that you checked that flop. Yeah, okay. Nice hand. Very nice answer. I was messing around a little bit there. I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit out of line. Oh, you trapped me with the king. Nice hand. Impulse is the devil, yes. Oh, thanks, Terry. River Pair. River Pair gets it done. Okay. Where's my button? Back on the winning path. Let's see if I can get this stack back up. All right, all folds. Thought I was going to build some momentum there. It's not meant to be. All right, gotta defend my straddle. Wow, boy. I was getting out of line there. Nice hand. Lucky the queen came, or I think I'm losing a lot more. Alright, 4-way pot. Good luck to you all. I guess someone's got to win. You can't all have good luck, but you know what I meant. Big bet from Semi-Buff gets the job done there. I get a double up. What did I do? It's getting started. There. Sorry, I'll just working through some technical stuff here. Oh. Uh-oh. All right. Let's go. I think you've probably got me, but let's go. That 10. What? 3 10s. SpongeBob, you dirty dog. Nice hand. Small technical difficulty there. I don't know if you okay. Thank you. Okay, sorry guys, small technical difficulty. Should be back. Nice hand back there, SpongeBob. Fan, you got me. Okay. Out here from semi-bluff. Ooh. Wow, big hand. Not the river card. You thought you wanted to make a hand there, semi-bluff, but turned out you didn't. Ace on the river. Getting it done. Alright, I'm in here posting again. Someone give semi-bluff his cards back. We'll play a family pot. Hmm. Ah, got me to fold my deuce. Alright. Time to start my comeback. You guys have beat me up so far, but I'm not just gonna take it. Another big bet from semi-bluff. It's tough to play against. Whip out again. These are fun. Fun when you hit the flop. Not me this time. Any of you guys tennis fans? Have you been watching the French Open at all? It's been a big few years for Canadian tennis. We now have some actual competitive players at the world level, but not a very good French Open so far. I don't think many Canadians practice a lot on the clay courts. They kind of get their butts kicked by all the strong European players. Shapovalov was our last hope on the men's side, but he ran into Carlos Alcaraz, so that was about it. What else has been going on in poker? We've had that $1 million buying cash game the other day. Any of you guys watching that stream? I wasn't able to catch much of it, but I saw some of the highlights. Always fun to watch multi-million dollar pots go down, you know. Tom Dwan back in the game, winning some huge pots. That's fun to see. Family pot. Hate to break up a family pot, but I gotta raise this one, guys. SpongeBob is not a believer. All right. I really have it though, SpongeBob. I really have it. Heart, not good news for you, my friend. Brave play. Even if you just called the raise, king high flop, you were in trouble, so that was going to be a tough pot for you, no matter what. Someone has to pretend that they have that ace, right? Certainly wasn't me. Nice 3-bet there. Big hand, but I missed the flop. Nice hand. Really big pot. All right. A lot of money going in here. Semi-buff. Ooh. Wow. Top set. Wild. Semi-buff, you probably made a good fold, Semi-buff. I don't imagine you had much equity against that hand, even after putting in a lot of money already. That's a rough spot. Ah, SpongeBob, we almost had a family pot. I ruined the last one, so I understand, but... Not what I wanted to have happen there. Put too much money in. My plan was to fold, but... Alright, guess I can fold. I was dead. Nice hand. Probably got a little carried away there. But I did have a heart in my hand against you, Semi-Bluff. Thought maybe I could... Alright, let's run it. Ah! Queen or 10, please. Alright. Unlucky, you had me. Can probably make that fold normally, but it's pretty close. It's tough with another razor and another collar in there. Quite a lot of money in the pot. Alright, I'll believe you this time, although I'm a little skeptical. Well, so much for my comeback. I really blew that Really blew that chance. Gotta give you a walk, man. You really don't have anything. Three-way limp pot. These low connected boards are always fun, always very tricky. Check raise from our pal SpongeBob. Representing he's got a big hand there. Maybe he did. All right. Blind versus blind. Let's see a flop. Oh. Good call. Not easy for me to have too many bluffs there. But you found one. get this going again. Probably pretty close to being an all-in pre-flop for me there. Getting pretty short stacked, but I think it would have been a little bit out of line. Small raise on my short stack. Get it through. There we go. Figured out how to min raise. SpongeBob. It's going to work, my man. Do not have a good hand this time. Ace was well ahead. Oh, and one of my jacks was gone. All right. Big hands there. Very small raise. Can't fold to this one. I don't have anything semi-buff, but I'm very suspicious of your no betting here, so. I just had Jack 10. Interesting. Shoot. Man, it wasn't going to be easy for me to steal that one, I guess. Usually would expect you to keep betting after the raise pre-flop there, though. At my stack size, I'm very likely to go all in before the flop if I have an ace in my hands. It's pretty big, pretty advantageous flop for you. Alright, figured out how to rebuy. Got about half hour left here. Let's try to play a few more fun hands before I have to go. If you guys saw, Doug Polk is in the final 16 of the Heads Up event at the World Series. If he were to win, he would still be down about $500,000 for the week after his performance in that big cash game the other day. So that's got to be a tough one mentally, knowing that even if you win, you're still stuck infinite. All right, let's see a flop, guys. My gosh, semi-bluff. Okay. Big raise from semi-buff. These boards are always a lot of action. Yeah. Semi-buff slightly ahead here, but could really go anyway. Oof. But he's picked up the flush draw now. Oh. So it's quite a run out. Flop. Ah, got me. Five? Seven? Unlucky, man. Gonna check back here. That makes sense. Family pot. I won't ruin this one. Interesting board here. Straights possible. Full houses possible. A lot of possibilities. Ah, I like my hand a bit better, but yours is the winner. Ace Jack seems like it should be winning a lot. Back here into this very draw heavy board. Flush draw gets there. Slows things down a little bit. Semi-bluff check. 1400. Oof. Nice trap from semi-bluff. All right, good luck to you. No! Ah. You guys got me to fold the winner. What are the chances? Both king queens. Hmm. You guys go for it. Nice hand. Welcome to the game, new player. Let's play a hand. Let's play a pot. Suspicious, but this is a very bad river for me, so cannot call. Nice hand. Yeah, very suspicious card to show there. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Nice hand again. W65. Very strange. Why didn't you just raise the flop? Yeah, 6-5. 6-5 would make sense. Some random flush draw. I hit the turn. You could have 8-6. That's a concern. Could have bluffing with like a 10-8 and then hitting a 10 seems unlikely. I feel like you haven't really been running that many bluffs. But might be getting a little frustrated maybe. All right, I'll call you. Yeah, nice hand. Probably should have got away from that last one, but what are you gonna do? All right. Okay, cannot fold. Welcome to the game, new player. I've got about 5 more minutes or so today. So let's play a few fun ones before I have to go. Ooh, two pair. Sand. Yeah. All right, let's play a 3-bet pot. It's not the flop I was thinking about. This hand. If you had hearts, I also had ace high hearts, so could have been trouble. But maybe you just had king queen, kings. Or who knows?